All right, guys, we are live. Check, check. 1, 2. I hope I selected the right mic for my Facebook input. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. This is going to be my first peer gaming stream. I don't know how long it's going to go for. I don't know if you guys are going to stop by and check it out. Please drop a like when you get into the stream. I'm going to be playing Civ 6 on DEITY mode today. I've been playing Civ 6 for a long time. I really love this game. It's one of my favorite games ever made. So, I hope you guys come and hang out with me. And I'll get to any questions you guys drop in the chat. So feel free to drop me your favorite questions if you've gotten to know me over the years and you want to issue a challenge to one of my positions. Please do drop that challenge in the comment section. Yeah, but I'm hoping to attract new faces to the Pangburn brand by trying out, at least doing one of these. Hey, David, how's it going? Welcome. At least one of these a week. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, I think this is a good way to, advertise Pangburn, advertise my brand, and also get in some sweet ass gaming. I've been playing. I'm actually going to kill the. I won't kill it all the way, but I'm going to turn the audio down very low for the game. If you guys haven't played Civ 6, and you kind of civilization building games, you got to get this game. It's one of the highest rated games I've ever seen on Steam. It's a very good game. For some reason, I see. I want to hide that. Confirm. Okay, cool. But yeah, we're going to have a little bit of tribal music playing in the background, especially when we get going. I'm just going to be creating I'm going to be playing Ambriox. He is the leader of the Gaelic people in Civ. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be, of course, playing on Deity, which is the hardest level. I think we're going to pick Marathon. I think we're going to pick Marathon and maybe play this game out, see if we can win a game in Deity. I've won many times in Deity, but we'll see. We're going to be playing against NPCs. Let's go. We'll select Shuffle as the map, and we'll go. Let's do a 6-player map on small. All right. Yeah, drop a like when you guys get into the stream. Feel free to drop me any questions. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. Totally understand. This will be a new kind of stream for our network, so it's all good. Let me know in the comment section if you guys don't want to see this on the main channel, or if you think or if you like it, you think it's good. Just let me know. But yeah, in the meantime, feel free to drop me any questions. But let's get going. For those of you who aren't familiar with the game, we're going to settle right off the bat, and we're going to start exploring the map. We got to choose our research. Looking at what we got around us, we have mining. We have marble as a resource very close to us. We have a very nice defensive layout on the south and eastern side of our city. That's gonna, in Deity, you're hoping for kind of a nice protection around your city like this to begin with. Of course, we have to worry about these tiles out here. For those of you who haven't played on this level, you need every inch that you can get, because the computer NPCs are gonna have a huge advantage. They start off with multiple settlers and basically any advantage you could think of. So I think we're gonna research mining to begin with. So it's gonna take 30 turns to get mining researched. This is and I am gonna play a lot quicker once we get going, but I'm just trying to, for those of you who are new to Civ 6, just showing you kind of the mechanics of the game. I hope eventually that we can do a big Pangburn tournament, maybe even throw some prize money up or something like that, or some books or like, and have a big tournament. Maybe give a special bounty for those who can actually crush me, who end the game for me. I think that would be cool. But on Deity, you're going to want to start getting a bit of a military together. So we're going to get a slinger, which is the early stage. I wonder if I should turn... I kind of have quick animation on right now. I think I'm going to leave it on that. It's going to bug the hell out of me if I don't have it on. And then, of course, I want to make sure I'm keeping an eye on any questions you guys may drop. What up, Amy? Welcome back. We've missed you on Discord, girl. Get your butt back in there. All right, let's play a little bit. I'll let the questions build up a bit here. Those of you on Facebook, how's it going? You can drop me any question you want in the comment section. I will be taking a look. And by the way, if these are long streams, I will be clipping out the good moments from these streams, and those will later become videos if we get some good questions and stuff. Okay, we made it through our first turn. Now, early stages of this game, you hope to find some tribal villages, because they're going to give you little bonuses when you move on to them. Okay, we found city-state Granada. They are a militaristic city-state. So that will be an important ally if we can turn them. Eureka for irrigation. Okay. If I can trigger a Eureka for irrigation, which, let's open the technology tree. Where's irrigation? Farm a resource. Okay, we have to farm a resource with one of our workers. I'm going to head down here, see what's going on in this mountainous region. Whoops. All right. All right, awesome. Yeah, drop a like when you guys get in. If you want to, I mean, if we get enough likes on this video, I'll continue doing this. Amy says, what are your thoughts on ontology as being a constant rift in science and philosophy in trying to honestly avoid presumption without accepting limitation without evidence? Yeah, I think an important part when we're thinking of these different disciplines and different ways that we've gone about kind of trying to understand existence, I think the reason why you don't hear ontology thrown around a lot nowadays is because science has kind of adopted all of the useful aspects of ontology into it. So it's like we don't have ontologists walking around. We have scientists that are going around trying to figure out what is going on in reality, right? What exists, what we're almost certain doesn't exist. But then there's some questions like, what is reality? Is reality of the subject, or is reality the objects that we measure? I would say the of the subject aspect of that is of course going to be ontological. It's going to be something we have to look at philosophically, because we have no objects to measure. And it's interesting because you end up starting to use some of these, and this is another crossover between where science has kind of adopted the useful things from ontology when needed, in instances of like psychology, it's like, okay, we have to take into consideration what is of the subject. We can't just just dismiss that like it's of no use to us from a clinical psychological perspective. So I think there doesn't need to be a rift between these two things. I think why we don't go around and say we have ontologists walking around is because ontologists are essentially scientists. It's not like ontology. It's not like ontology isn't useful as a tool in itself to examine things. It's just when it comes to what is going on in reality, trying to measure objective reality, the useful aspects of ontology that we can use for that, we've moved into the realm of science and the scientific method. So I think that's I think that's my answer to that, at least for now. Okay, let's move through here. Yeah, guys, drop a like if you're interested in seeing more streams like this. I want to attract new, fresh faces to Pangburn, and this is one of the ways I'm going to try doing it. Doing a bit of gaming once in a while. Oh, I found a volcano. Avachins. The Avachins volcano. No sign. Ooh, I love copper as a resource, especially when I'm creating world wonders. All right, so we're still doing some early exploring. We got 10 turns for our slinger to get done, and we'll do some exploring up north here. No sign of any... Oh, we got some barbarians. All right, it's going to be my Jessite. I think that's how you pronounce it. You can actually learn a lot from Civ as well, which is one thing I've always loved about the game. Not everything's like historically accurate, of course, but that's just the way it is. Keep smashing that like button, guys. The Trusty Ape says, hey, what's your position on naturalism versus materialism? Compatible or no? Metaphysics, is it useful? Yeah, you guys, we created the realm of metaphysics to deal with the things that cannot be measured by physics, right? We can, for instance, we can measure brain states, but we can't measure concepts. Like if someone says, measure me Travis Pangburn's concept of love. I have a concept of love. The concept of love exists, but it doesn't exist as an object, like something that that a scientist could come along and measure it, right? So we need metaphysics. Naturalism versus materialism. So long as people aren't, I think it's a bad guide. Like if someone's using naturalism, which I see done sometimes, if they're using naturalism as a guide to what is good, if it's natural, it's good. Like you're going to find yourself like doing some terrible shit pretty quickly because for instance, and again, terrible shit, I mean from my subjective moral foundation, not from any kind of objective moral standard. But from my moral foundation, based on my moral foundation, when I look out of the world, there's some like terrible shit. Like, a praying mantis gives birth to all these little babies, and then the mother eats some of them because she happens to be hungry. If we imagined that, for ape or human mothers, I think a lot of us would have, a moral disgust, knee-jerk reaction to that. So there's some brutality out there that I see that is natural, but I mean like, and I mean, and then if you look at materialism, okay, you see, you look at the material world. The material world is what we got, and Sure. I mean, if someone wants to point to something, if someone wants to point to metaphysics and metaphysical things and say, well, those aren't the material world. Well, they are. I mean, they're of the material world. They're of the subject, which are objects in themselves. So maybe Trusty Ape, you could get a little more detailed in specifically what you're asking, because that's a big, broad question. Him, hers, welcome. Yeah, I'll get to answering questions as we move through. Fight me, Trav. Yeah, we'll fight. We'll fight. Dave Latrell, thanks for the comment on Facebook, says, do you feel like Russia's invasion of Ukraine is predicated off any more of a false pretext than America's invasion of Iraq in 2003? Well, I think it's a good question, and I think we need to be, obviously we all have a line that could be crossed where we would think that war is morally justified, right? In this instance, so in the the Iraq invasion in 2003, was there reasonable justification to believe that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? It seems like the intelligence agencies led the government astray, and there was a huge breakdown in communication about that, and there were no weapons of mass destruction. There's definitely a line to be drawn there from the simple fact of the thing you are claiming to invade for didn't actually exist. And then some people will be like, oh, but think of all the good that was done while we were there. Yeah, but you can't just like create fake reasons for going in and invading a country, and then while you're in there be like, yeah, but we did do this while we were there though. It's like, yeah, but the reason for invading, like, you kind of had to manufacture someone to be able to do it. And it's very much like what the Russians are doing. As far as I can tell, there's zero evidence that there's any kind of like genocide happening, Ukrainian genocide against Russian separatists that are living inside the Ukraine. That's all just a bunch of nonsense. And this idea that like the West had promised or signed a contract or anything like that to never allow Ukraine into NATO or any, and that somehow is a reasonable justification to be invading. Like, no, that's all shit. But it's fair to draw some comparisons to Iraq here. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think are there some reasonable? Of course, some people might say the difference here is that there was an act of aggression in 9/11. There's a terrible terrorist attack, but did Iraq have anything to do with that? Was there any evidence that Iraq had anything to do with the funding of that or the support of that or anything like that? The innocent people in Iraq or the innocent people in Kiev or in the Ukraine that have died, did they die for reasons that are justifiable from a war perspective or a war declaration perspective that you are going to be satisfied with? In both of those situations, they are not justified, right? You have to find, like, we can't have countries just going in and oh wow, so I just attacked these barbarians, and then out of nowhere I just get pummeled by tornadoes. Fucking game. Okay, now I have to retreat, I think. Okay, now the tornadoes are on. Let me heal for a couple turns here. You can heal your units if you just rest. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about my thoughts on that question, comparing Iraq to Ukraine. want to see what you guys think about that. I can't believe those tornadoes came out of nowhere and just like devastated my unit there. Pangburn said unit. Cancel him. All right, we got a slinger out. We're cooking now. At this point, since I haven't seen any and because we have this nice mountainous region to the east and the south here, I'm going to create a builder. Let's get a builder coming out here. Okay, now I'm healed enough. Let's move on this barbarian unit. If we take over this camp, we're going to make some money from it. We have 130 gold. Oh, I see a scout. Okay, nice. We got 90 gold for that. Oh, we have a little barbarian scout kicking around. MLG Frog says, have you ever thought of inviting Chris Langan on your show? Yeah, definitely. I will get him on at some point. I do want to talk to him. Sorry. Lastley13 says, what are your views on anti-natalism? I mean, this is all like in my pleasure drive theory. My pleasure drive theory tells me that some life forms are going to have this lack of pleasurable pursuit to want to procreate, or even this idea that they might wish that they were never created in the first place. This might just be like when I see these, when people self-author these pleasure hierarchies for me. I've seen over 100 of these up to this point by now, just through my philosophical coaching practice, which, by the way, if anyone's interested in taking part in my philosophical coaching practice, it's the first three sessions are free. By the third session, you will have self-authored in an artistic way your own pleasure hierarchy, and it'll give you a pretty damn good picture of what you are. Not necessarily who you are, but what you are. That's kind of my little teaser. But some of this data I'm collecting will be used in my second book, where I outline my and release all the information relating to my pleasure drive theory and why I think it's the best step forward for when we are trying to deal with the mind, and why I think it's more accurate than any models of quote unquote consciousness. But yeah, when I see some people, so I've had a couple anti-natalists draw out their pleasure hierarchy. Their whole pleasure hierarchy seems to be a little bit dampened. It's a little bit dampened by this cloud of, it's fine if any of this would have been, or if any of this would have never existed. It's kind of fascinating, but it's like when I look at them, when I look at and I compare them to other pleasure hierarchies, it's like some people have these big peaks and these terrible valleys and these huge peaks, but the anti-natalist is like, it's very like soft. It's very like, yeah, it's here. Those pleasurable pursuits are there, but I could kind of take it or leave it. Kind of like life, I could take it or leave it. Kind of like procreating. It's like, they tend to be, a lot of them, obviously because they're anti-natalists, tend to be on the side of like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna bring someone into this strange, like, it would have been fine if I never existed. It's like, well, at that point, what's the point of it all? I think it's, I think that's kind of where I sit on that. I think it's, I just think it, wanting to procreate, wanting to go through the process of parenting and rearing children. Some people are going to have this pleasurable pursuit within them and others won't. That's the way I look at it. I don't think the fact that you can procreate means that you have to have this drive to want to procreate. And we can get into like homosexuality and things like that when we get into this conversation. Are people going to, are people going to say, okay, because you are homosexual, you're an anti-natalist by definition? I've heard some people make this argument. It's not necessarily the case, because homosexual people can have children as well, right? So there's a lot of interesting things. I'm not anti-natalist. I like the idea of being a father and having children. If you guys are just getting in the stream, drop a like, by the way, whether you're on Facebook or on YouTube. We are live on YouTube, you guys, youtube.com/Pangburn. That's where most people are chilling out. But make sure you guys drop a like. There's a few of you in the room, so yeah. But yeah, antinatalism is quite a rare belief or prescription, however you want to look at it. I'm hunting down this scout right now. We're amassing a fair amount of gold. We found a little tribal village here. We've almost researched mining. Whoa! Okay, cool. We got a recon unit. Gonna kill that. We now have a recon unit that we got from pillaging this poor little village. Oh, then we also have another barbarian encampment there. I'm gonna send this scout north. I'm seeing some jade as a mining resource, and of course we are mining jade right now. Hey, Lexicon, thank you so much for the super chat, my brother. Lexicon, one of my favorite additions to the Pangburn community. He's involved in most of our voice chats now. Love seeing it. I'm just going to see, I think there's like... Oh no, that's just part of the game. I thought something weird was popping up there. Thank you for the super chat, Lexicon. I'm going to get to your... Hey, seeing how you just started the game, if you're up for it, I can boot up Civ and we could duel no mic just to give you a human challenge. Hashtag fight me. Dude, let's do that after this first initial game, which might be a couple streams. Let's plan for that. And anyone else who wants to play in that game, just please send a message, and we'll make sure you're informed on when we're going to be doing this and going live. Because I do want to make sure we do this with people who are able to actually play through a whole game. John Happen says, Pangburn, you spelt it wrong, is a shining example of what not to be in life. I've never seen a more toxic, abusive narcissist in the tubes, grifting off titans like Peterson. Okay, lots to deal with there, John. You seem like you're not a big fan of mine. So let's try to clear up some of this disdain you might have for me. Can you be more specific? What makes me toxic? What makes me abusive? What makes me a narcissist? If you could be specific, that would be great. I don't know what myths you've heard about me. There are a lot of myths out there, but I'm happy to deal with your complaints or your arguments as to why you believe this. But something tells me you don't know me at all, based on how you described me there. Yeah, definitely Chris Langan, for sure. Cafe says, what do you think about atheists requesting evidence for God? Isn't this a category error because on the misconception that one can request empirical or material evidence for God, which according to theology is immaterial? Well, it depends on what theology you look at and people's interpretation of it. Because of course, like people who are promoting creation science, right? They think that there is tangible evidence and proof of God's existence and creation. So it depends who you're asking. I understand, like for someone like Jordan Peterson, who essentially claims that his belief in God is metaphorical, it's going to be useless to try and say like, oh, give me an example for the existence of God as a metaphor. That's basically asking for let's say science to prove something metaphysical. Like again, if we go back to what I was talking about earlier about concepts, like demonstrate or prove that Travis Pangburn has a concept of love. Okay, let's say I'm just frozen in this state. Try to measure my concept of love. No, we can't find it. We can't prove that I have a concept of love, right? I can write it down. Yeah. I don't know if John has anything like any like actual arguments as to why I am this toxic person and I'm an example of what not to be. I mean, I spend my life trying to maximize well-being for myself and those around me, and I think I've done a lot of that. I'm 34. I've produced some live discussions that I think that have improved a lot of people's life. I think a lot of my own philosophical work has helped a lot of people. I mean, through my own philosophical coaching practice, like I have a full weekly schedule helping people out. Not with any medical issues that they have, just existential conversations and the attempts to clarify one's mind philosophically. And I think I've helped a lot of people in that way. What have you done, John? What do you think is a better way to go about living life? What is a good life to you? And if you're going to spread like some conspiracy theory about how I like rip people off or I steal people's money, that's just all like baseless nonsense claims by people who wanted this rumor to be true about me. If this is in relation at all to anything to do with my dealings with Sam Harris, you can go to thewarofideas.org and you can see crystal clear my explanations for any business decisions relating to Sam Harris that I had to make. I got to back up here. That Spearman really hurt my stringer there. All right, we're carving out a little bit of the map here. Okay, now we can adopt a new policy. We successfully researched mining. We get to pick an economic policy. So I could go for the +1 faith and +1 gold in the capital per turn. This is the God and King economic policy, but I'm going to adopt the urban planning economic policy, which is +1 production in all cities. I only have one city right now, but and then I'm going to also adopt the discipline policy for a military policy, which is going to give my units +5 combat strength while fighting barbarians. So we'll start with those policies. I have to retreat from this battle with these barbarians here. But again, I really do recommend this game for anyone that likes these like very large scale civilization builder games. Dave Latriel, thanks again for the comment. What do you think about the notion of a form of governance that utilizes an advanced AI to assist in decision making? Well, I imagine that such an AI would have to have its parameters set to the collective opinion of what outcomes is in the best interest of society, then work toward calculating the best course of action to achieve it. Well, I'm not opposed to this so long as, and again, like most moral agents are going to say this, so long as it's consistent with what I think is good. Well, and what I think is good is using biological human well-being as a metric. And that includes to how we deal with other species, how we deal with rat infestations, other, bad infestations of bugs that are destroying, like the pine beetle that are destroying massive growths of pine trees. Like, all of these things, I think the metric we should use, and you could program an AI to do this. But if you wanted to say like, oh, how would this decision affect human well-being? And then you put it into the computer and then the AI spits out the answer. Like, I have no problem with that. Interesting internet organized says, did you watch the old debate between Jordan and Sam Harris? You mean the first podcast they had? The two podcasts that they had? Yes, I listened to those. And then I produced 4 live discussions featuring them. Okay. What is the next technology we want to... we have pearls over here, and we have the Great Barrier Reef. Wreath. Christmas wreath. This is interesting. What other resources within here? Yeah, I kind of think we're going to go for sailing. Although I kind of want to build the Great Bath. No, we're going to go pottery. We're going to go pottery, and we're going to, as a code of laws, we are going to look into craftsmanship as a culture. Okay. Make sure you guys drop a like when you stop by. Drop your question. I will eventually get to your question. If you drop a super chat, of course you get priority with your question. And I appreciate that so much, guys. It just goes to supporting everything we do at Pangburn. We are promoting a huge Celebration of Science and Reason tour right now. If you live in Canada, if you can get up to Vancouver, Montreal, or Calgary in April, we are having celebrations of science and reason. So I hope you guys join us for that. April 12th in Montreal, April 13th in Calgary, and April 14th in Vancouver. Please do join us, featuring Sabine Hossenfelder. I just had Sabina on my podcast, so do check that video out. It exists on this channel. And more importantly than checking out my conversation with Sabina, go and subscribe to her channel. She's like the best physics communicator going. I'm not kidding you. She's awesome. She's very funny as well. Like she's hilarious. She kills me. So after this worker spawns, we are going to definitely I found another encampment here. We are definitely going to get a settler in the works. So I'm going to have to bring this slinger all the way over to this barbarian encampment. If you do not clear up these barbarian encampments swiftly, they multiply, they grow. There's too many units to deal with, and you will be overthrown, especially when you're playing on like the hardest level on Deity. There is no The game tries to fuck you in any way it possibly can. All right. No response from John. I wish he would. Interesting internet organist says, sorry to repeat the question, but it's been on my mind for a while. If you remember the gun example made by Sam Harris in his debate with Jordan, you may be able to answer. Mean to debate on stage, I think it was in Vancouver. Yeah. Those are that was one of the events that I produced. What was the gun example again? Please fill me in. Yeah, you bet. Interesting said, thanks for including it in Arabic. Yeah, I want to eventually get these discussions translated into, as many languages as I can. It does cost a fair amount of money, so that's all part of, what I do with raising funds. Now that this channel is remonetized, we can obviously be doing more of that. So I'm excited to get the translation project going again. Very excited. Yeah, it means everything to me when people come forward and they're like, "Damn, thanks for, thanks for getting the Arabic translations done." It allowed them to share it with like a family member that only speaks Arabic. So I think that's pretty cool. Okay, first thing we're going to build, I think we're going to build we're going to build a mine. Okay. I don't want to get too far away with my units because if I have to come back, if I'm getting invaded or anything like that, it's a huge hassle. We're going to build a settler now. What other resources are we seeing around here? There's lots of stone, which is nice. So this is telling me, and we do have some incense way up here in the top corner. These luxury resources, we have some amber and some, we saw these. Wow. Pearls and coffee and cocoa, honey. Yeah, we have a lot of resources to take advantage of here. It's pretty awesome. Okay, we're going to build our mine. Awesome. I'm going to attack this scout here. What's he doing creeping around? Found another tribal village. This is a good start. Okay, now we're going to build a farm here. Awesome. All of these upgrades you make around your city is just going to help it grow or help it produce things faster. Oh, another, okay, we got another encampment there. Okay, yeah, we gained some knowledge for sailing when we eventually look at that. Okay, what do I want to do here? I have one more, I can build one more thing with this unit. I feel like I want to, how much is that going to cost? Oh, I didn't realize we ran into QPay. It's 230 to, I think I'm going to save this builder so that we can get that marble working soon. Okay, we ran into Maori Empire. He doesn't really have anything to trade, and he's already pissed at me. What did I do? I'm going to start calling this guy John. Oh, yeah. No, this is understanding. Tim West outlined, to be sure you don't accidentally kill yourself, you check to make sure no bullets in gun, even though you know there are no bullets in gun. Yeah. You this is where, like, this is kind of speaks to something I bring up a lot, which is, what is your epistemological standard of truth? and what does that actually mean to you? So if you're going to say, I know, if you're holding up this gun and you say, I know this gun is not loaded. I just checked it. I know. And then if the person like opens it up and checks it again, that's just a testament to us not trusting our sense making apparatus enough to it's like we trust it enough to say we know, and let's say the next move is you then have to put it up to your head and pull the trigger as like a joke or something. So you open it up, you check it. Okay, now I've checked it again. So like you want it to be fresh in your mind. You want to make sure you haven't made a mistake or there's been a blip where you handed it to someone and then you got it back and then you forgot to check it again. And what if someone had put a bullet in it? It's like we are, from an evolutionary perspective, we are tuned to err on the side of caution, not necessarily on the side of reason. So, and that serves that from a survivalistic perspective, that serves us very well. Making the assumption when you hear a rustle in the bush, making an assumption, an instant assumption, a reaction to that thing as though it is a predator coming to eat you, as opposed to hearing the rustling in the bush and the initial knee-jerk reaction being, it's probably just the wind, because if in general, if your reaction is, it's probably just the wind, like Michael Shermer says in his talk, I forget what his talk is, why people believe strange things, I believe it is. But if you make that error of, assuming that it is a predator and you run away and it was just the wind, you could have still hung out there and you didn't have to leave. But the risk was that it might have been a predator, right? So, yeah, it is interesting. It's like when it really matters, when it really matters for us to be right about something and to really apply and continue to have skepticism running. Continue to question anything, even your ability to check whether something's loaded or not, whether a gun's loaded or not. Like this is, this gives you some interesting insight as to how much we may trust our own epistemological standards of truth. Okay, we're going to give an envoy to Grenada. One more envoy, and Grenada will be an ally of ours, which will be very important because I don't know where Cupid and the Maori Empire is, but they seem to be pissed. I think they're down here. That's going to be my guess. Oh, I see a border here as well. Whoa, another barbarian encampment? Man, these things are just showing up everywhere. I'm actually going to go up and fight that one for the gold. Thanks for your questions, Dave, on Facebook. Josa, how's it going? Welcome from India. I'm in Vancouver, Canada. Make sure you guys drop a like when you get into the room. We're just playing a little Civ 6 here. Ask me anything, and I will get to your comments. If I missed a question you asked earlier, feel free to drop it again. Andy says, do you ever get embarrassed? Do I ever get embarrassed? That's a good question. I'm trying to think of what it feels like when like I make a mistake while I'm playing the piano or something. Yeah, definitely. I also get embarrassed for like characters in movies or TV shows. Like sometimes, like even though I've seen the episode of The Office where Phyllis gets married, even though I've watched that episode so many times, I still get embarrassed for everyone who's there witnessing it, even though I know it's fiction. I still get embarrassed for those people. Do I get embarrassed for myself? I mean, I'm sure I do. I'm having a hard time thinking of a situation. I don't think it's embarrassment. So, Cameron, my moral foundation is maximize well-being for myself and those around me. Well-being is the metric I use to measure good things and bad things. And when I say well-being, I don't mean like anyone's subjective interpretation of what well-being is. I mean what we are measuring objectively in medical science. So biological well-being for the biological entity. That's what I mean by well-being. For instance, I would say it's not good to drink poison. And some people would be like, well, that's just your subjective interpretation. It's like, yeah, it is. It's true. There's no objective moral standard that says it's objectively not good to drink poison. But if I say it's objectively bad to drink poison from a perspective by using well-being as a metric, biological well-being, like a doctor would say, don't drink poison because we can show and demonstrate to you that it will act antithetically towards your well-being. That's the well-being I'm talking about. And then, yeah, and you can take that straight to clinical psychology as well. Okay, what should I do here? Should I attack, or I think I'm gonna heal. There we go. Okay, we upgraded that unit. And we're going to take this gold. Should be able to. Yes. Very good. And remember this, we were saving this builder. We're going to expand there. And we now have marble. Nice. Cameron says, do you spend all your resources, time, money to help others' well-being then? Yeah, so it's not just others' well-being, maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. I live, I'm not a materialistic person. Most of my material possessions go back into my company, which seeks to maximize well-being for humanity. So that's how I spend, my money, resources, and time for the most part, helping others. That's, in my pleasure hierarchy, when I draw it out, helping others is like way high up there in my pleasure hierarchy. It's not, above my moral foundation. My moral foundation is at the very top, which is, by the way, that's the main struggle for moral beings. How do I keep my moral foundation at a level and clarified to a level where when something comes up, like maybe you have a few drinks and you do something that you would consider to be immoral if you hadn't have had those drinks, it's like that's what's happening with your pleasure hierarchy is your morality tends to be dull. It's like a change in weather pattern where your morality seems to be, not weighing as much on you, and it allows some immoral pleasure drifts to get through. That's the big struggle. Tristan says, why is the sum of two twos 4? Why is it? That's just so the mathematics logic is based on the consistent relation of reality. When I look at what do I have near me? These are two old canisters that like weed joints come in. So I have one of these things. It's an object. We can measure it. We know it's something. Now I have two of these things. What does it mean to have two of them? What do you mean two? Does that mean they're identically the same? No. But categorically, they are the same. So these are two of the same object. When I say same, do I mean absolutely the same? No. Just like when I say two oranges are the same, I mean categorically. Okay, so then your question of, if you have, how did you put it? The sum of two twos is 4. You just have, you apply that same logic to more objects, right? And then you can actually draw it out and see that, okay, we don't have to use oranges. We can actually use a representation of orange. Okay, let's call it one object. Okay, one object. And then what does it mean to have two objects? We need a different language or a different word to describe two of the same objects, categorically. Okay, so you have two of them. And then what does it mean to have two sets of two? Well, we need a way to describe that many of them, right? So you just start, the language of mathematics just starts stacking up, and then eventually you say, oh, okay, then this is all born out of our basic understanding of the consistent relation of reality. Because it could have turned out that, like, imagine if reality was like this. You can examine one orange, but you can't examine two oranges at the same time. What's your language going to look like if that is the case? If that's what happens with objects, can you have two of the same objects categorically, or is there some kind of rule within quantum mechanics that as soon as you have these two categorical items, they just cancel, one gets canceled out, and you can only ever have one? I was like, where am I hearing chanting? And it's the game. Untouchables says at Cameron, no, he is playing a video game, can't say all of his time. Yeah, I mean, all, colloquially, all or most. But yeah, I mean, like I said at the start of the stream, doing a bit of gaming while for the channel, while answering some questions might bring some new people to the brand, which I think is good. So we just ran into Spain. I wonder how Spain's doing here. We're still on just one city. 15 more turns until we get a new settler. Ooh. You are another Judas, come to betray the Lord, says Philip II from Spain. That should send some that definitely makes me want to build some more military. Hmm. Yeah, make sure you guys drop a like if you want to see more gaming streams like this on the channel. I was thinking I could have Discord guests on with me for 1v1s as well, or we're just having general chit chat. This game's going good so far. I don't need to really venture into exploring here. There's another nation here. I can see their border. So I'm gonna bring. Ooh, I should maybe check this area out. Well, that was a successful victory for my stringer. Okay, pottery is... Okay. We researched pottery, which is great. Now, the question is... You know what? I'm going to get sailing because I really want to put this next city right here. It's going to be like, oh, there's so many luxury resources there. And then I need to protect the fuck out of it. I'm going to go this way with my unit. Where did that... Oh, right where I want to go, of course. Actually, this is good. I'm going to have to bring this unit up there. Ooh. Got a cornered scout up there. Just going to mute for 2 seconds. Going to answer my my brother's call here. Yo, yo. Alrighty. Always nice getting a call from a brother. I saw Josa says, I'm in favor of feminism, but not in favor of how it is going nowadays. The aim now has somehow changed to privileges of women instead of equality of women. Yeah, I mean, I'm by traditional standards, I am a feminist because I believe in equality for women. But yeah, this idea of equality of outcome is a very dangerous idea. You don't want. Think of what that would do to society if, like, someone was simply guaranteed to make the same amount of money as another person for a job that they do twice as good as the other person. Like, that's going to be a real problem. And then when you start basing that on things like sex or race or anything like that, I think that's a bad idea. Imagine what would happen. Cameron says, so then why own a lot of the little possessions you have that are unneeded? Is it not ethical to own things, even like unethical to watch TV shows? No, I think like if we're talking about ethics, if we're talking about morality, for me, it's maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. We can measure improvements of well-being in people when they start doing when they start engaging with a hobby that really makes them feel good about themselves or really makes them enjoy life more. That's all part of the psychological well-being aspect. Yeah, you don't like, for some people they would say, like, okay, they feel most well when they are out with nature, right? So they're always trying to find more opportunities to get out in nature and to get out walking around. Some people, it's sitting down and watching playing a game. It's like I have a balance. Like, I love being out in nature. I love chopping wood. I love fishing. I love hunting. I have all of these things that I enjoy. I would say I have a lot more hobbies than most people. So I would say, like, when it comes to my own well-being, experiences are big for me. Like, having material things, not so much. Like, I have a car that works. I have a decent place, and I try not to indulge in, like, really expensive food very much. Like, it's not a big thing for me. Hello there says, also, you can't help others' well-being if you're not well yourself. So self-care is also... No, you can. I think that's a fallacy. I think that's false. That's something false that's promoted by Jordan Peterson. You can definitely help people if you are not well yourself. That's just not true. Like, we can demonstrate how, like, some people who are really, really not well continue to do great humanitarian work for the world and for individuals around them. Like, I think that's a bad idea that's perpetuated by this, like, well, if your room's not clean, how are you going to go out and fix the world? It's like, you guys, that's supposed to be taken with, like, a very large grain of salt. As a general rule, try to make sure you are well. As a general rule, and make sure you're well as a general rule before going out and trying to make others well. That doesn't mean you can't make others well if you are not well. I think that's wrong. For anyone that takes that away from what Jordan Peterson has to say about, like, cleaning your room. Philosophy is not Jordan Peterson's strong suit, by the way. We just lost our scout. Fuck. Yeah, philosophy, I think Jordan... this whole, like, rule-based system that he tries to promote is very archaic and ancient. I have a much better system that is based on the 5 fundamental mechanisms that you have to refine and wrestle with in order to achieve a clarified mind. And these are mechanisms that are going to deal with things as they come at you. They're not going to be specific rules of thumb. They're just like, okay, skepticism's one of them. Are you just in this piecemeal fashion applying skepticism where you feel, you want to apply skepticism? Or are you applying skepticism anywhere that you could be, believing nonsense or engaging in special pleading? How much skepticism? How much is skepticism being regulated through these beliefs that you think are foundational to who you are and you couldn't live without them? How much are you doing that? And this isn't like, for those of you who have heard me speak before, like, that I know Jordan personally, good friend of mine. I think he does great work in clinical psychology. He understands the literature very clearly. I think, his self-authoring suite is great. Self-authoring is very important for people. I think my idea of self-authoring through the pleasure hierarchy, through one's individual pleasure hierarchy, is actually a more enriching way to get to the to understand your own mind and what is going on in reality with regards to your own mind. So part of that has to do with artistically self-authoring what you are, as opposed to simply writing it down, right? Of course, there are some elements to self-authoring, as Jordan Peterson's suite lays it out, that probably takes some abstract thinking, but I don't think it is an artistic endeavor. If you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe. Make sure you drop a like when you come in. I'm going to be running this stream for a while. Again, this is the first pure gaming stream I've done on the channel here. If you guys like it, please drop a like. Cameron says, is your well-being equal to others' well-being? Yes. If so, why would you ever spend money on hobbies when you could be saving others' life, donating to moving? Because you need to, my argument is that you need to maintain a certain level of pleasure on your own pleasure hierarchy to be well. You're not going to feel like if you're not, it's not more about like what you can or cannot do when you are unwell. It's like, do you feel well enough to even pursue moral acts? Then you say donating money to save others' lives who are starving would seem more logical following that axiom. No. Yeah. I mean, it's, that is a big part of, I do a lot. I do a lot of that, and I take to the streets and I have conversations with people who are starving to death and who are dying because of mental illness. I mean, that is a big focus of mine, and I do give as much as I can while maintaining a reasonable standard of well-being for myself. And always continuing to maximize it. But you have to understand that, like, when we say maximize well-being for yourself and those around you, some people, when I say those around you, will mean their family or their family and their extended family. Like, they won't have the capacity for whatever reason to be able to maintain their a standard of well-being that they can get through their day-to-day, they can do their job, they can feel like they're contributing to their future, but also maximizing the well-being of those around them. Some people can reach only so far with that. Other people can reach very far with whatever they choose to do with their life. For me, I get to have conversations with people from all around the world about their pleasure drives, their philosophical outlooks, and I get to do a little bit more. My circle of those around me is always stretched out very far. But Andy, you're right. We do need some fun. I would say I would say just pleasure. We do need some pleasure for ourselves. And like I said, or else when people start getting suffocated, if their pleasure hierarchy is getting suffocated, sometimes purely by ignorance, they are going to start feeling unwell. They're going to start feeling like, they're having a hard time getting out of bed in the morning. And then we see disorders born out of this, right? We see depression born out of this. The depressed mind, the pleasure hierarchies that arise out of the depressed mind are depressing to look at. They just are. It's like this flat plane of like, oh yeah, I guess I like doing that. I'll self-author this little mountainous peak over there in the back. If, there's a rare occasion that I feel I can get up and go for a walk, I guess that's pleasurable. It's, it can be really tough. I'm going to see if I can, how many attacks is it going to take? Okay. We now have our settler. Now, I'm a little bit worried because, well, I guess we're on our way. I'm going to be very careful with this settler. We also have an encampment here. I need another unit. Haha, he said unit. I'm going to get another slinger. It'll be 12 turns. Ooh, I'm going to get to attack this. Nice. Uh-oh. Now I need to back up. That sucks. This scout can take out my settler. So I got to be very careful here. I'm going to come back with this guy and escort my settler to the where the new city's going to be. What do I do here? I think I'm going to keep backing up. Well, we're leading this spearman away. All right, I'm going to try attacking here. Hopefully he can't kill me. Yeah, Cameron, I think most people can afford to do a lot more. And this is one of the reasons why I say, like, one of the things is like, how far can that circle of those around me maximize well-being for yourself and those around you? How far can you reach with that? How far, and part of that is like, clarifying the mind as well. Because some people feel like, well, I have to plan for this, that, this, and the other, this thing, that thing, that thing, and that thing. And then, in the slight chance that, Armageddon might hit my family, I need to have this, that, and this, and that. It's like, do you need all of those preparations? Do you need all of those things? Or are you over preparing? Are you planning too much to make it so that, future generations to come will not have to do any work, or maybe that they will be allowed to do more work, broaden their circle of well-being consideration. It's like that is a fair assessment to it's a fair thing to think about, to like, at what point have you done enough? That's going to be included in your well-being calculus. Okay. How's this going to turn out here? We're going to actually settle right. No, I kind of want to clear that out first. That's okay. It'll just take an extra turn or so. And one thing to consider about well-being as a metric, it really is the metric that's been adopted by at least the West. And I think it's the thing that has propelled the West forward. Relying on or calling what's good the things that are good for our health, for our biological well-being, our biological health. We're going to build another settler here. We're going to kill that. We're going to hit that. Where was this other encampment? Oh, they killed it. Neighboring group killed it. There we go. Yeah, we're actually going to found this city right by the Great Barrier Reef. Sweet. The Great Barrier Reef, you get +3 food per tile and +2 science. So that's huge. I don't know why this... Okay, there we go. There we go. New city. I think because we have a decent amount of military, and we have some things to farm here. We'll get a builder coming. Whoa, guys, we've triggered a golden age. That's really good early game. This is not Shadow Legends. Mace, you say no one watches gaming on YouTube anymore? I mean, that's not true. If you go to Dr. Disrespect, he's usually has like 14 or 15,000 viewers for his Call of Duty streams, right? And then if you're going to say, that's Call of Duty, though, that's still gaming, right? And I don't know how many people are interested in watching this particular game. I don't know. But, I mean, your basic claim there is just full of shit, I think. Okay, we got 500 bones here. What do we want to spend this on? Ooh. Do we want to buy a ooh, actually that's really expensive. Forgot we're playing marathon here. So I think we're going to go for irrigation. Yeah, Twitch. I've heard that Twitch is like very, very sensitive to like. Well, I've heard they're quite social justicey. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we do have the advertising. We are remonetized on YouTube here, which is good. I mean, every time an ad runs, it helps. But you guys, this is a really good start to this game. Ooh, Portugal. We have a Portugal warrior showing its face here. We just got 60 faith out of that. Okay, now considering I just saw that Portugal warrior, I think the smart thing to do, I'm going to send this spearman back to my capital. And I'm going to turtle a little bit here. When you're playing on deity, like on the hardest level in Civ, you have to really protect, because this guy might be pushing with a large army right now, just out of nowhere, right? It looks like he might be. Let's see. Let's see if the Portuguese want to make any deals here. Okay, they're up to 3 cities. I only have 1 external city. They already have some diplomatic favor. What you guys are going to see is there's many elements to this game. It takes a while to get the hang of it because we're still in early stages of the game. We haven't even got into governors yet. But it really... yeah, so I'm going to turtle a little bit here. Be a little bit conservative. He's got a barbarian encampment to deal with there. Actually, here's something interesting. If I leave a unit here... Oh, no, he can still get around that way, but he has to go, like, long ways. It's important to understand your terrain in these games. What you have to play with. Once we have Granada, like we need one more envoy. So once we have Granada, we'll be able to play a little bit more risky with regards to our own home defenses. Well, I mean... I'm also running on, if Facebook. I don't know what's with the Facebook algorithm. I think Facebook hates our page, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, Mace, I know that Twitch is good for gaming. Like, I think, and I agree with you. Like, perhaps next time I go live with this, we'll go live on Twitch as well. And because my whole idea here is to attract more people to the brand. I want to popularize philosophy. I want to popularize philosophical introspection. I want to popularize clarifying the mind. I want to popularize cultures of conversation. So yeah, I'm not dismissive of what you're saying. Like Twitch, yeah, I've seen like Twitch can be very, very good for growing brands and getting audiences for sure. You're right about that. Okay. I'm going to leave this. Eventually we'll want to... How can you stand to sit on your own shores and not look beyond? Well, I haven't built any ships yet, if that's what you're getting at. No need to thus far. Okay, we'll leave one. We're going to leave one slinger out in front just to see if it kind of is more of a scout. And I'm going to leave this right on the shore there. Oh, we got a flood. Where is this happening? I don't think it was near me. See, we have this. So all of a sudden, Portugal just bought a bunch of units from Grenada. Oh, okay. I'm going to tell Portugal, maybe I'll make a demand. No, I won't make a demand just yet. You guys, if you're just coming to the stream, this is my first ever pure gaming philosophy stream, so feel free to drop any questions. Make sure you drop a like on the video. If you drop a super chat, I will answer your question first. Time for a quick pee break. I think someone else just... Be right back. V57 says, if you had to say humanity and humankind all had one uniform purpose and a meaning for existence, what would you say that was? I'd answer to enhance spiritual moral progression. Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think the unifying thing, the metric that all life forms are... at the foundation of all computations happening from a life form perspective is pleasure. So if someone wants to say, well, what's the meaning of life fundamentally? The best answer, which there's no meaning of course is like what you want it to be. But if someone was to say, is there an objective unified thing at the basis of what meaning is derived from? That answer is pleasure, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, we got military. We got Portugal making a military, having a military presence here. I'm not liking this. They don't have anything. I'm going to plant this guy here. I have enough money to purchase units if I need it. I'm going to push my military out just to make a presence here and see what it does. Basically telling them to fuck off. Oh, they're going away. I do need to watch what's going on up north here, but minus a barbarian here and there. I mean, do I want to purchase another slinger? Ooh, but a trade. Oh, having trade moving would be so nice. I'm gonna purchase a trader. That was a big piece of my bank, but that's okay. We're going to trade with our own city first, just to get a trade route built. This is how you build roads between cities in this game. Oh, get out of my way. I wanted to build like a line of units there. Okay, there. Actually, I'm going to push this forward right to here because there's a mountain. Okay, we need to focus on archery after this. I want to get some... I want to upgrade these slingers into archers. Okay, we have another settler. I think it's going to make most sense to put them right on top of this incense here. And they're going to be close enough to be able to eventually farm these pearls. There's no... Usually I would escort this settler up there, but I don't see any hostile units around. I think we're going to make another settler. It's okay, we're going to go for animal husbandry. And then I don't like... What is this guy planning here? Okay. Now here's another thing. With the Portuguese, I could make them an ally by sending them some nice things. What if I sent them... I'm going to send them 20 gold. And then I'm also going to send a delegation. Send a delegation with a gift of gold for this power. If accepted, the recipient will be a bit friendlier and you will gain a level of access. Lasts until you gain the diplomatic service civic. So I'm going to send that to them. Oh, they don't want it. That's usually a sign that war is coming. Yikes. I'm building a slinger there. So in 10 turns, I'm about to trigger a golden age. I have to move my units closer to my capital here. Okay, we got barbarian camp there. Keep these units together. See, this guy's right in my borders. We're so early in the game that like enforcing your borders isn't really a thing yet. Man, these guys are chilling out. How many more turns does he have control of these? 65. So now we can research archery, which means we're going to have 2 archers. What? My trade route was plundered by this stupid scout. Well, that's a good way to burn 500 gold. Fuck. I should have dealt with that scout first. All right, we're in a golden era right off the start. We are now in the classical era. I'm going to save my game just in case we get shut down for any reason. Let's go back. Cafe says, why don't you play some Tekken 7? Thanks for the suggestion. I would probably be playing Mortal Kombat if I was playing a fighting game. Yes, Hitler, Putin, any other person in history that you think is like, you know, some evil person, they still get my moral consideration. Of course they do. That doesn't mean you don't hold them accountable for crimes, right? But they also get my moral consideration. I think that war is necessary at times. But I never look at death as good. There's no good death. There can be something worse than death, but it doesn't make death good. Cameron says, Pangburn, also, if your idea of well-being is whatever the scientific consensus is, what if that changes? Yeah, so if there's something in the scientific consensus that gets upgraded when it comes to biological well-being for humanity, for instance, we actually are able to demonstrate that refined sugar, and I'm saying, like, if this happens, if they say refined sugar is the cause of almost every cancer, I would say it's a good thing to avoid having too much refined sugar, right? Because there can be an argument made, like from a psychological perspective, that, okay, sitting down and eating my favorite ice cream is one of my favorite things to do in life. Can I do that to some level where the risk is not so great as to generally harm my well-being? Then you know, if that risk is reasonable, and some people feel that way about smoking, right? Some people be like, oh, okay, these are the benefits. These are the psychological benefits I get from smoking. These are the risks I take. You know, I would say it's a good thing to cut back on smoking. It's a good thing to not, it's a bad thing to ingest smoke into your lungs. But that's not to say that the psychological benefits might outweigh, if demonstrated, the risks, right? Because you earned a golden age, you may make one dedication. I'm going to dedicate to Eureka's provide +2 movement for all builders, may purchase with faith. Do I have much faith? No, I don't. I'm going to go with monumentality for this. All right, we're in a golden age, my dudes. I'm going to give people the live stream link. Make sure you guys drop a like if you haven't dropped a like yet. I really appreciate it. join us live on YouTube. Cameron says, "Are you entirely against euthanasia?" I'm not. I'm not against euthanasia, but I don't call euthanasia good. Sometimes the lesser bad, the lesser bad is the only option we have, but I don't call it a good option. It's still a bad option. You know, you can't be well if you're dead. Okay, guys, I get to pick a governor. There's a lot of land out there. The military threat isn't super high, or else I would go with Victor. And he comes with all these attributes that relate to being a really good governor to have at a city that's under threat of being invaded. I think I'm going to go with Magnus the Stewart. He's really good for mass expansion and getting a lot of cities up. So I'm going to go with him. I'm going to put him in my capital. So now we have a governor in the capital. I'm going to change this urban planning policy to colonization. This gives us 50% more production towards settlers. And I think I'm going to keep the barbarian. Actually, no. This will give us 50% quicker production for units, military units. I'm going to reposition the military. I'm going to research military tradition. Okay, okay, now we got quite a few units stacking up here. In 4 turns, I'm going to be able to upgrade these slingers into archers. I don't know what this guy's plan is with all this, but okay, their military is broken up a bit here. Okay, we get to choose a pantheon. What do I have? Do I have much marsh? I do have marshland. I'm going to go with Lady of the Reeds and Marshes. You get +2 production from marshes, oasis, and floodplains. So I'm going to go with that. Yes, Mace, I really like you. Do you like zombie games? Nah, not so much. Do you like survival games? Yeah, they're fun. Cameron says, if someone is in irreversible coma, would you not have to be against euthanasia because they would still be physically well? No, I'm not necessarily against bad things, like going to war. Like going to war is a bad thing. But you know, sometimes you still have to do bad things. Yeah, Mace, you're an awesome dude. If someone is in irreversible coma, would you have to be against? Would you not have to be against? No. Sometimes, like we also value when it comes to a person's well-being. Does it make you feel well to know that you get to choose whether you live or die? Just think about that. Like, does it improve your well-being to know that you have the freedom to choose whether you live or die? And do you want that freedom? V57 says, 2 concerns. If you focus on consensus, aren't you leaving the door open for anything? Example, a child that is beaten is better off because they are more cautious, careful. No. You cannot beat a child. You lose the well-being calculus. To beat a child is to act antithetically towards their well-being, we can actually demonstrate this. You can't do that. You have to use means that are going to maximize the well-being of the child. You cannot just, you can't kill one troubled person in the town to satisfy the will, to satisfy the desire of the rest of the people in the town. You have failed the well-being calculus. You cannot be well if you're dead. You can't just piecemeal apply the well-being model as you see fit as it comes up. So if you focus on no, that's a wrong reading of it. You will condone valuing some humans more than others. No, everyone gets moral consideration, including the gunman who might be have lost his mind and he's bringing a gun towards the movie theater or the grocery store. If I have a gun, I would wish to shoot and injure him in a way and apprehend that suspect in a way so that they could continue living, even if it's in prison for the rest of their life. And I think prisoners should have the right, if they are of sound mind, which we have our ways medically to determine this. If they are of sound mind, they should have a right to be able to have assisted suicide if they don't want to live, the rest of their life in prison. For example, people who are are serving 25 to life. Yeah. Make sure you guys drop a like. Ouch. And if you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe. Share the stream with your friends. If you're enjoying this chill session. Okay, one more turn and we can make some archers here, which hopefully will send Portugal home. I don't I'm thinking of declaring war on Portugal. I'm not liking this presence. Okay, we got an archer there. Now, okay, the Spanish. So the Spanish have started to... The Spanish looks like they're starting to like us. Can we declare friends? You are blessed by God and a friend to me. Let the world know that you are protected by his might. You're blessed to me, SA. Okay, so we have one archer. Now we have to save up money because we don't have any resources to trade yet. You have to have two of the resources. Well, you can trade just one resource, but you need to keep some to keep your people happy. I'm actually going to move this archer closer to here eventually. It's all about, you want to keep your units moving based on the position of a potential threat, right? I'm going to go with masonry because I really want to build walls. And we just got a nice delegation from the Spanish, which is worth 75 gold. Okay, right on. Okay, we have a builder here. We're going to be able to farm 3 strategic resources with this builder. That's huge. Okay, we now have pearls. Now we're cooking. I actually want to bring this archer into play more. Okay, there we go. Mace says prisoners should be enslaved. Why do you think... So if someone, makes an error in judgment, right? A catastrophic error in judgment and kills somebody, right? Why do you think they deserve to be enslaved for that error in judgment? Do you not think we have good reason to lock them up? I'm sure most would agree on that based on their moral foundation. But should we enslave them? Should we treat them as slaves? I mean, we do it in some cases where... they're forced to do some labor, do some work. Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you think with Mace's, think of Mace's hard edge there? I think I'm going to produce a galley over here so we can start exploring the ocean. One thing I have to keep in mind, Grenada is they're my suzerain right now. Like, we gave them 3 envoys, so they're going to help protect from the pressure, Portugal's pressure. So that's one thing that'll give me a little bit of ease, is that if they attack me, because I don't really want to play a military strategy. I could always start building military to invade Portugal, but if we start expanding down this way and it kind of starts making sense, then we'll consider it. But awesome, we just pushed that back. But yeah, I'm not a fan of how Portugal's kind of pushing its weight around. Okay, we're gonna get some coffee as a resource. That's exciting. Not really worried about these 2 units. 2 units are not enough to really do much damage to my cities. I mean, even though I'm at 10 defense, like, we would be able to get there soon enough. Well, I'm going to put your guys' chat up on the screen as well. So I can put your guys' chat right. Capture. YouTube. I'm going to capture. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to grab. I wanted to grab this. There we go. I don't want it to cover the whole mini map, but I'll put your guys' chat right there. Why not? Okay, cool. Just so anyone who stops by on Facebook can see your guys' chat. Oh, okay, interesting. Andy asks, Travis, do you have any musical artists you are... Oh, and try to tag me, you guys, at Pangburn when you guys ask a question. Andy says, Travis, do you have any musical artists you're kind of shy to say that you like? For me, it's kind of all of mine. No. I think this kind of goes back to your embarrassment question. I see... Yeah, I've never been like worried about that. Like, I know during high school, like, people would be like, "Oh, I'm listening to this next, like, the newest greatest thing," and usually for me, I would just be like, "Well, I'm listening to, like, you know, some '80s love song that I found that I really love right now, or a '50s ballad, or a '50s rock tune, or, you know, I haven't really ever been worried to say, like, oh, I love this song or this music or this artist." Tell us some of yours that you were embarrassed to say, Andy. All right, 4 turns. We get to drop another city. I'm going to go with state workforce for our next civic. Meteor shower. Oh, shit. Meteor shower. Now, I believe when meteor sites, I think they give you an extra, like, eventually, maybe next turn, they'll give you, gathering them will grant advanced weapons. Oh, I'm not sure I've ever noticed that. Should I send this? Okay. 10 turns. I wonder if I'll win that race. Oh, no, I'm not going to win the race. Definitely not. I don't think. All right. Where do I want to expand to? I mean, strategically, I do like putting a city right here. And it's kind of, it's suggesting it. I do like the idea of dropping one closer to Portugal, though. I do have... I kind of do like that idea. If I could put one right here. Oh, man, why did it go that way? Okay. We'll go 7 to there. Now, do I take time to build the hanging gardens? Increases growth by 15% in all cities. Must be built next to a river. I mean, that's going to keep paying itself forward all game. And I might lose the race to it, so why don't we do it? Again, if it wasn't for Granada being supporting me, then that would be an issue. I'm going to send this slinger with... all right, we are able to build walls now, which is nice. We're going to have an archer in 6 turns. That will help beef up the military. Okay, I think it's time to see if we have any iron around here. Am I supposed to be sending a worker to that site? Oh, I am. They beat me there. So this guy can just like... How many more turns does he have with these units? 40 more turns. So Portugal, I think Portugal was going to invade at some point here, but they decided against it. Well, I'm going to get a trader going there. We're splitting up the military a bit, but it's forcing Portugal to have to push back here. Let's see. Oh, so lucky. So the mine that we built initially, now that we have the technology of bronze working, there was actually iron hiding there. That is good luck. Maybe Portugal is going to be screwed here. I mean, should I move my military down there? I'm kind of feeling it. I'm actually going to promote this governor. Yeah, we're going to give it extra food. So this governor is getting the upgrade plus 20% growth in the city. Do I want to upgrade any of this? Actually, I'm going to give it the wonder upgrade to make this wonder go faster. 34 turns and we'll have built that. All right. I'm going to found this city far from home. We're going to start by building ancient walls here. And we're going to make this archer, or make this slinger an archer. So now Portugal's saying, your people settled too close. You should consider seeking land elsewhere. Do I apologize and say I will look elsewhere in the future? Or do I say my people will settle where they please? I'm going to apologize. Sure. The game speed is marathon. Cameron says, I don't see how you could see value in prisons while also caring about the well-being of others. Well, I mean, we have to, part of clarifying our moral foundations is looking out at what is going on in reality. So if our goal is to maximize well-being for ourselves and those around us, we want to consider keeping those around us safe and ourselves safe. So if someone, and this is, and I think if the laws of the land are born out of that principle, which in the West, in general, they are, I think, I think you're going to come to the reasonable conclusion that there are going to be people who cannot help themselves but act antithetically towards other people's well-being. And when you come to that realization, you have to say, okay, well, what can we do? Well, we can give them a chance. We can give people a chance and make sure they understand the law of the land and say, okay, you cannot do these things. And maybe some of those people who would normally do these things don't do them because the law of the land says they can't. And then maybe they live their entire life not harming anybody. But the people that do harm others have shown that they cannot help but act antithetically against the well-being of others, even though the law of the land is stated in the way that it is. So what do we do with them? Do we kill them? Do we torture them in order to show others that this is what happens to you if you break the law or you harm others? So the torture one, I'm not okay with, because when I give that moral consideration to that person that happened to break the law of the land, that had the genetic predisposition to do so, and if you consider, that things seem to be determined, if you take that into consideration, even though we must act as though it seems as though we must act as though we have free will in order to derive pleasure from life. So when we take into that consideration, what is the best thing we can do from a well-being perspective to someone? I think lock them away from people that they could potentially harm, and allow them to still live if they want to. But if they want to no longer live, we should give them a way to go about that causes them the least amount of suffering, if that's what they want. I also think that someone should be able to, like, if they want to die by gunshot, we can set up some automated way to do that. So we don't have to have people carrying that out. Like I like this idea of giving people the freedom to end their lives the way that they want them to end, within reasonable resource considerations. So yeah, and I mean you have to, and I think that's the best we got thus far. Cameron says, I think the best option is therapy and rehabilitation. Of course, but this, I agree with you that this should be practiced in our prisons, and we should seek to maximize the well-being of prisoners through those means. But where are you going to keep them? Where are you going to keep them while this happens? Should we call prisons prisons? Should we rename them rehabilitation sites? Maybe. And then some people will make the old school traditional argument of, oh, that'll just make people want to commit crimes even more. It's like there's no evidence of that. And there's really no evidence that deterrence really work for criminals or those with criminal tendencies. Deterrents work for law-abiding people, like to a certain degree. If you get a speeding ticket for $1,000, most people who are law-abiding are going to slow down, and they're going to be more, conscious of their speed and what the speed limits are. But people who don't people who are not law-abiding, they just they get charged, they'll get charged for beating someone, and then they'll be right back in front of the courts 2 weeks later. It's like, we just talked about this. What's it going to take? I don't know. And then they'll go to jail for a year. They'll get out and they'll start committing crimes again. It's like, it's tough. It's a tough thing to try to say, okay, well, I mean, and then you start thinking about it deterministically, and then you're like, well, what's it all? Why even try anyway? Simply for the pleasure of doing so. When you're looking at things from that perspective, that's why I say it's like, well, what is at the fundamental basis of where meaning is derived from? Well, you only look for meaning, or you only look to state meaning for anything for the pleasure of doing so. There's nothing objective that says you have to have some consistent meaning, or you have to figure out what your meaning is. It's just it's either a pleasurable pursuit for you to figure out what the meaning of your life is, or it's not. Cameron says prison implies punishment. I think punishment is always immoral, as punishment implies retribution. Would you agree the idea of retribution is toxic? Yeah, that's a weird one. I mean, we're going into pleasure again, right? Like a grieving mother. And this is where it becomes relative, because that's what, morality is not, there's no object of morality that we can measure. I mean, religious people will say, oh, it's right there in the text, but I don't say that. So right there, we have a disagreement of, I have what I think is the best moral foundation, and someone else will say they think theirs is best based on the things they've read. But so you said punishment is always. You think punishment is always immoral. It depends if the punishment, for me, you now know my moral calculus. If the punishment maximizes well-being of the subject, seeks to maximize well-being of the subject, as long as it doesn't act antithetically against their well-being, then I'm all for it. And again, we're talking about well-being from the biological sense. So punishment can be morally good. The punishment, we would, giving a child a punishment of sitting in the corner or taking some time to relax, and their punishment is to go sit in the corner or sit in their room. If we could demonstrate that this was psychologically damaging to the subject, then we should stop doing it. But some of these things we cannot demonstrate that. And it seems to be, from a child behavioral psychology perspective, it seems to be working to maximize the well-being of the subject, not act antithetically towards it. Like if you smack your child in the face, we have all the evidence in the world to say that that is acting antithetically against the well-being of that child. So you shouldn't do it. And again, we've come to know this through our investigations into through clinical psychology and through trying to understand how trauma works in the brain and all these things. So there's a neuroscience and clinical psychology crossover there. Pretty okay. Andy says, what's your opinion about vaccination mandates in relation to COVID specifically? I think some mandates for a period of time are a good idea, and the main reason behind mandates are for like, okay, we have like old people who are very vulnerable to potentially having a hard time with COVID or dying from COVID. It's mostly old people and some people with pre-existing health conditions. So basically these mandates are saying, let's do our best to slow the spread as much as we can, to not hang out with grandma at this time, and to do as much as we can, with masks and social distancing, which human beings are fucking terrible at, by the way. But do as much as we can in hopes that we save some lives until our vaccine technology catches up, where then people who want to get vaccinated can go get vaccinated, and people who don't want to get vaccinated don't have to get vaccinated. And then once the technology catches up, that's when mandates should be, pulled back and then eventually eradicated. You have to give people the chance to engage with the latest and greatest medical technology that we've come up with to battle certain disease. And if they decide in the end that they don't want it, then they can make that decision. So long as everyone's had an opportunity, and again, Boris Johnson's schedule was right on for this. It's like, as soon as the technology is caught up, you say, voila, everyone's had a chance. If you haven't got vaccinated at this point and you've had a chance, you've just decided not to get vaccinated, open her up. I think that's the right thing to do. That's what I was calling for from day one. To someone like me, the chances of me having great harm fall on me from getting COVID is very, very low. I'm pretty sure I've had every strain of COVID. But yeah, for my grandma and for other elderly people that I know, and for people with pre-existing health conditions like breathing conditions and things like that, it's quite deadly, right? So I was fine, chipping in and throwing a mask on, and even if there's a slight chance that I might help slowing the spread until we can reason that, okay, here's another thing to consider. If, let's say, Canada was developing a vaccine that was going to bring protection rates from 93% up to 99.9%, and we're about 6 months away from rolling that out, I'm fine mandating for another 6 months if that's the goal and that's on the horizon. But that's not the case right now. It's like we've caught up with the technology. Now it's a game to chase the mutations as they come, and people can choose to either keep up with their vaccination or not, just like we do with influenza. And that's that's that. That's my position on that. Yeah. So Cameron, you'll want to look into behavioral sciences and child behavioral sciences to look at, like, so some of these things people will call, and I was talking to Don about this one night, and he's got his psychology. He's got a degree in, I forget what his degree's in, by the way. Anyways, I was talking to someone who's got a fair amount of knowledge on what's in the literature. But I've read stuff about this as well, where it talks about, what really is punishment. Something that may feel like a punishment to someone isn't necessarily punishment, and something that you think is a punishment to someone isn't necessarily going to be taken as a punishment. So the way we think about like corrective measures versus punishments, it's like a lot of the time now we're calling things corrective measures. What up, Don? We're talking about things as protective measures, not necessarily punishments. Okay, we're doing something to correct the behavior. Psychology and philosophy focusing on child and adolescence. Yeah. Yeah. So okay. Oh, that was your area of specialization. So yeah, how can we correct the child's behavior? How can we correct this person's behavior? Obviously you need some metric. I would say well-being is the metric we currently use for that. Like if someone's like eating their own shit constantly, how do we correct this behavior? Because we can show that like eating your shit, and okay, since we're getting into eating shit, we're going to talk about like scat play and sex as well. But like, like someone who's continuously eating their shit just out of a habit, like they might not necessarily know, like someone with learning disabilities, they might not necessarily know that they could be making themselves sick. So someone we would consider not necessarily to be of sound mind, at least to a perspective where they wouldn't be able to know exactly that their behavior might be harming them. So there's situations like that. How do we correct their behavior? Do we punish them? Like if we say, okay, you can't do, or it's like you're not going to be allowed to do that anymore, or else there's going to be consequences. Do you see that as a punishment, giving someone consequences for their behavior as a punishment, or do you see it as a correction? So take that into consideration, but really do go and look at some of the here. I'll looking for. I'm going to drop you a really good study here. Where did I read it? Okay. This is a very colloquial piece by Gwen Dewar, who is a PhD in child psychology. So this is written in a way for parents. So I would take a look at this. Start here. So and then the other side of this, like we get into like taboo sexual behavior, like scat play, where people are sometimes ingesting or eating shit, right? Okay, now we can look at this. We can do this well-being calculus on, okay, how high is this? and this is some things that are discovered when we self-author your pleasure hierarchy. How high is this on your pleasure hierarchy? Can you live without this behavior? How much of this behavior do you want to be engaging in when you understand the risks that come with it? Some people take the risks and they say like, okay, if I'm going to, if my risks of getting like stomach bugs and different things that can come from eating feces is going to be very high, I think maybe I will only engage in this behavior once a month or something like that. Or some people will say, no, it's too strong. My whole life has to be about that. So in their well-being outlook, maximizing well-being for themselves and those around them, they feel as though they need to be doing this. Now, when do we know that this is no longer good for them from a well-being perspective? Well, is this disruptive? Is the illness that, or the amount of times you're getting sick, for example, keeping you from being able to do other things that keep you well, like being able to do your job, being able to do, this is one thing your GP is going to ask you, like, is this sexual behavior getting in the way of you being able to function in your day-to-day? And this is when we start hearing, is this behavior putting your life in disorder? Is it causing disorder in your life? It's and you don't only have to look at the extreme of like scat play, but you can look at like rape play. You can look at really like sexual activities that take lots of planning before. Like, is it becoming addictive? Is the behavior becoming addictive? It's like, so these are things, if you go to your doctor and you start talking about these things, your doctor might ask a couple questions like, is this affecting your ability to get a good night's sleep? Is this affecting your nutrition? Is this affecting your general physical health? That's easier said than done, though, Andy. I think it's easy to say, like, if you get this much pleasure out of X and it could potentially harm you, just don't do it. I mean, we say that, like, look at alcohol. Alcohol is like one of the greatest examples of this. It's like, well, I mean, if we have tied alcohol to so many versions of cancer, like, why are people doing it? Why are people still drinking alcohol? Well, I mean, it tastes good and it seems to be a normal thing to do. Well, I mean, let's not fall into fallacy land and be too focused on like what happens to be the norm of the time. Let's try and look at an objective metric like well-being to see like what's actually happening here. So yeah, I mean, Andy, you could say like, okay, people who are into like, urine play, right? You're like, crazy thought, but if you want to eat feces, maybe don't. If you want to drink urine, maybe don't. Or if someone has a foot fetish, oh, feet are dirty. Like, oh, I saw this study that shows how dirty feet are. Oh, mouths are dirty too. Alcohol is bad for you. Weed is bad for you. There's potential side effects from antidepressants, like, yes, I did. I find this topic fascinating. I find it fascinating that we still have people eating feces for the pleasure of doing so, their own feces or a partner's feces for the pleasure of doing so. I find it fascinating. And then we have some people doing it out of like, other behavioral issues, right? Like maybe they have some trauma attached to like, maybe they feel like people won't harm them if they're covered in feces, and if they make themselves disgusting enough, people won't want to touch them or harm them in some way. Like we have a lot. I highly suggest people read like actual journals and studies that have been done on this kind of behavior. It's very interesting. But you can start reading if you don't have a lot of general knowledge in psychology. You can just start reading. Like the really colloquial versions of these studies, and you can read what's in Scientific American or Skeptic Magazine, skeptic.com, and read some general things about it. Okay, we have a pretty nice size military. So we have Geneva to worry about here. Do we invade Geneva? Geneva's has walls up. They got 25 defense. They have some military. We do have Grenada here, who would go to war with us, who would help with that. And it looks like Geneva is currently a suzerain of the Portuguese. So there is a strategy here. Eventually, we'll be bringing another settler down here. So we're going to have decent pressure on this area. I mean, the goal probably is to take Portugal in war. Yeah. So, I mean, after we're done building the Hanging Gardens, we can actually start building swordmen. Andy says, I'd like you to address my question about hypothetical sexual shape-shifting. We've talked about your secret fetish. Now let's talk about I mean, what can you re-ask it? Oh, do you ever think it would be cool to be able to alter? Oh, okay, there we go. Do you ever think it would be cool to be able to alter your sex easily and then change back just as easily? I wish I could do that. I want to be a shapeshifter. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. I don't think that is what's going on in reality. I don't think we can simply choose these things. And it's an interesting question. What up, Sebastian? Drop a like when you guys get in. It's an interesting question. How much of these things, like things we wouldn't want to choose, like most people wouldn't want to choose to have a scat fetish, but it emerges, or whatever fetish, like a rape fetish or like whatever fetish, but it emerges, and that's just what they like, and they can't control it. That's just what they like. What do you guys think? I mean, I know what I think based on the evidence I've seen so far, but what do you guys think? Do you guys think, you'll have a genetic predisposition towards particular kinks, and when the opportunity shows itself, that will kind of show itself as well within you? Or do you think this is more learned from your environment, and you're turned onto it in some way, and that's more what shapes your sexual kinks? Epic T, welcome everyone. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you enjoy laid back philosophical discourse on interesting topics. And I'm going to be doing some more gaming. This is my first gaming stream. We're playing some Civ 6. If you guys don't have the game, you should get it and play me. Wow, Traversable says my neighbor eats cat scat. Yikes. What is my view on meat eating? I love meat. I'm an omnivore. Omnivores, basically whatever food items are around them, omnivores pick and taste and try everything and like things, and they're kind of into one nut more than the other nut, into one fruit more than the other fruit sometimes, but then that changes sometimes. Omnivores are all over the place with food. So I like eating meat. Oh, cool, Eric. Epic. Glad you're here. And I think I have different moral contracts with other animals than I do with human beings. Maximize well-being for myself and those around me. This moral statement, my moral foundation, reflects my moral contract with humanity. It does not reflect my moral contract with dogs. For example, if I'm in the Philippines and what's on the menu in wherever I'm visiting is dog meat, I'll eat dog meat. But my moral contract with dogs when I'm in Canada is consistent with the law of the land. Killing, hunting. I love hunting. I love fishing. I grew up hunting and fishing. I still fish. I haven't hunted in a long time. Well, I think I've been out on a few hunts, didn't get anything, but I know how to butcher an animal right down to processing. I like meat. I derive a lot of pleasure from eating meat. And I think, and this whole like veganism thing, it's all fine and dandy to try to, take something that's fundamental, to our, so eating is a fundamental, way for us to derive pleasure from the reality around us. And our preferred diet has been written on us. We are omnivores. We aren't carnivores. We aren't herbivores. We're omnivores. And everything we are biologically is tuned to be engaging in omnivorous diets. And that includes the psychological elements of like, okay, what does it mean to all of a sudden say, okay, I'm going to eat all these things. I'm going to do the omnivorous thing, except for that thing that I know is there ready to be eaten. Some people think, oh, you can just turn that off. No problem. The virtue payback that some people feel from doing that for whatever reason, to save the animals, to save whatever reason, the virtue feedback that they get from that sometimes is enough to overcome the pleasure lost from eating the meat itself and to denying yourself as an omnivore one of those sections to pick at and keep eating that is available to you. No creature has ever tried this. No creature has ever tried, for moral reasons, I'm not going to eat that thing. We're the first, as far as we know, to try this. We're not going to eat that food for this moral stance I'm going to take. So it seems for most people that they try veganism out and then they just can't do it. They need to trick their mind. They need to be like, oh yeah, hand me that burger. And they're going to eat it and try and convince themselves that it's like a burger just like the beef burger is, right? They're going to eat it and be like, oh yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing the good thing. And they're in this constant mode of trying to convince themselves that like, oh yeah, it's the same, right? It's the same thing. They're satisfying that drive within them to want to not deny themselves as an omnivore, those things that they can pick at. Most people fail at this very quickly. It's like, oh yeah, I was a vegan, but now I eat fish. they couldn't do it. A lot of people think it's so easy. I'm going to be able to do it, no problem. But yeah, not so easy. Salman says, Wait, so you think the law of the land is closely tied to your moral view? Yeah, it really is. I mean, I live in the West. I'm in Canada. Most of the laws that I see on the books seek to maximize well-being for humanity, and using the demonstrations of what it means to maximize well-being coming from what is biologically well, maximizing well-being for us from a medical perspective, a scientific medicine perspective. So I think the West has been on the right track with this. You're saying, why would the contract be different between animals than humans? What are you going to save first if a building is being burnt? A mouse or a human child? A human child or a puppy? And again, if you can only save one, a human child or your pet lizard. Again, you can only save one. And then we look at, how do I feel about mice? What does allowing mice to run wild in your home? Why do we exterminate mice? Okay, they're disease carriers. Why? Some people might say, well, why don't we just relocate them, like capture them and then relocate the mouse? Why should we kill them? Well, maybe you want to kill them so that there's less of them, right? There's less mice out there to spread disease to humans. But maybe you want to keep a pet mouse. So maybe your gripe is more with like mice who are uninvited. Yeah. And like I said, you're going to be hard pressed to find any meat eater on this planet who is okay with animal cruelty. You're not going to find and I'm talking about demonstrable animal cruelty, not just you looking at a cow and thinking it's crying. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where we can actually measure that there's animal cruelty going on. And we do have some ways of doing that. And we've busted places, right? And for good reason. Okay, the standards of living are nasty. We've deemed this to be a too low standard. The standards are too low for how these pigs are being raised. And I'm glad we're doing that. I'm glad we're keeping our eyes on that. And but like I said, I think it's good for people to get educated on meat processing and the ways we can do this, in a way that I think is morally reasonable. You sort of just asked a question in response to my question. Why would the contract be different between animals? Yeah, but are you going to answer my question though? Because I'm trying to show you the answer. Sometimes you'll ask a question in response to show someone the answer, right? It's just a way of it's just a tool you can use in discourse. Am I going to invade Geneva? Geneva's really, it's put itself kind of, I think I might, to be honest. Might be a really bad idea, but ooh, where are the Portuguese going? Okay, we have a galley so we can start traversing the ocean here. Okay, what do I want next? I think I'm going to build some walls in order to not like lose cities. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat, do you guys think I should invade Geneva here? It's probably going to start a war with Portugal. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Andy. Make sure you guys drop a like if you get in. If you're stopping by, drop whatever question you would like to ask in the comment section. Yeah, shadow banning, but whatever. I mean, at least the channel is remonetized. I'm going to send my galley on a mission. Automated. Whoa, Geneva has a lot of troops. I have an idea. What if I set up just a shooting gallery here? I think if I declare war on Geneva, they're just going to kind of march out. Okay, guys, we're going to war. I'm going to save just in case we get disconnected. All right. Oh, my archers are, I mean, this is like easy work for them. We are getting hit by this wall. Oh, the Byzantians. All right. Damn, that was like pitiful. I think I'm going to send this archer to heal. No, actually. Yes, I am. All right, this guy's moving. All right, we are at war with this city-state. Political philosophy unlocked. I'm going to go with an autocracy. Yeah, we're going autocracy. Loyalty. Okay. All right, these walls are going to go down pretty quick. I think we'll have no problem taking Geneva here. I'm really glad we brought this city down. In case you guys don't know what I'm playing turn-based strategy game Civilization. This is Civilization 6. Brilliant game. Yeah, I'm going to stay on the outskirts until we knock this wall down. Ooh, I'm going to plunder this trade route. 180 bones. Oh, yeah. I can't really buy anything. Ironworking, finished researching. I'll get to your guys' comments in a second. Just going to finish taking this city. The wall is almost down. All right, the wall is down. We're going to move our archers in closer so we can... I'm going to give another envoy to Granada. I don't want to lose them as a suzerain. Okay, the Portugal people just pushed their heavy chariot to the border of Geneva. Okay, we locked it down. Let's research the wheel. I'm feeling an invasion of Portugal is imminent by me. All right, this city is ours. Now, there's going to be a loyalty issue here. Let's see. I'm going to have to put this governor in here, and then that'll be cool. Nice. I'm going to build a wall right off the bat here. Why must you be such a blight on the world? This is from Portugal. Your words are lies, your actions offensive, and your claims are frankly excessive. Oh, really? We have 3 turns left to build the world wonder. Let's check out the chat. I'm actually going to... Cameron, but my moral system does not perfectly align with yours, so asking me those questions I cannot answer in a way that would be beneficial to you. No, that's fair enough. I'm just asking what your answer would be to that dilemma, if it is a moral dilemma for you. Is there a reason why you would save a baby from a burning building before you would run in to save the puppy, right? If you could only save one. All right, we have upgrades for all of our archers, I think. Nice. We're sitting pretty here. So I'm going to go to this square. I want to see, okay, they kind of have the same level of protection that Geneva had. Again, we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, but yay! We've built the hanging gardens. Check it out. This is going to give me 15% extra growth in all of my cities. I love it. What are these guys doing? Did they damage my... Oh, they did. Okay, I'm going to get a swordsman rolling here. Ooh. Depending, no, I'm not selling you my iron. Damn. I would love to build some unit to help out there, but okay, fine. I'll research astrology. So you're saying intelligence only? What is the intelligence of a newborn baby, right? Versus the intelligence of a family dog. Are you, Cameron, are you going to... yeah, so are you going to save the family dog over the infant that's just been born? That's my question for you, Cameron. I'll be right back. Andy, I'm going to say Sally, Jesse, Amy, Emily, Lisa, Stephanie. There you lose. Oh, is Andy going off about his gripe with abortion again? Yeah, I think abortion has been a great innovation to a tool for women to use who have been forced into a pregnancy or have had a pregnancy befall them that they didn't want, they didn't plan for, or something happens and they no longer want. I'm fine with abortion up to around the 24-week mark where pain neurons start firing because we don't have a working theory of consciousness. It's hard for me to tell where consciousness begins, but so far as I can tell thus far, my best bet is when the pain neurons start firing. Yeah, and fetuses are not kids. Fetuses are not children. I agree with Don Don. A fetus is a fetus. As much as someone wants to cry to the moon that like it's a child that you're killing, no, we don't call it a child in medicine for good reasons. It's a potential child. I'll grant you that, 100%. I'll grant you that all day. Yeah, it's a potential child. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't, I like the idea of like, okay, we have a potential human here. I like the idea of that potential being realized. I do like that idea. But in some cases, it's just, it won't be realized for good reasons. My moral contract is different with a fetus before it reaches that 24 week mark. And once it reaches that mark, it doesn't make it a kid all of a sudden, a baby or a child. It just means that I think after that mark, I think there's ample time given to the carrying mother to either abort or not. And regardless of what happens after that point, she is now she now has a moral contract because we don't have a working theory of consciousness. We don't know when it begins. I think she has a moral contract to allow that fetus to be carried to term. And this is pretty consistent with the way the law of the land works right now. Because you can't have women deciding 1 week before their original due date, which, this hardly has ever happened. But you can't allow that to occur, right? Of course, things will happen where a doctor will say, oh, we need to try to go in and take the baby out because it's going to kill you, 1 week before the original due date. And sometimes that will work out, sometimes it won't. But that's my general view on the abortion issue. Yeah, so I outlined my limits there. So our reasoning is derived from our pleasure hierarchy. So the simple fundamental answer is every concept we have in our minds is we engage with it for the pleasure of engaging with it. So if you're asking you're basically asking why does it feel good to even have moral consideration for anything? Well, it feels pleasurable to engage in that pursuit. All right, I need a builder out here desperately, and I really need these fucking barbarians to fuck off. Um, when is the right time to invade Portugal? Is it now? Okay, we're going to go to Muscat. Yeah. Ooh. Actually, we're going to go there. It's going to really improve the speed at which this city grows. Volcano erupting. This volcano by Granada just erupted. Damn. Huh. What next? I think we should probably research currency. Friendship expired with Spain. Let's renew that. No, it's not simply utilitarianism. It's using well-being as a metric. That's the only thing. There's no like sending in like, oh, this is how you decide that. It's yeah, it's, you know, you're considering the well-being, but you want to maximize the well-being for yourself and those around you, including the carrying mother, right? And the fetus doesn't get that consideration until it is born. Okay, I'm going to declare war on Portugal. Formal war, declare. Boom. Boom. Kill it. Yes. Good shot. Okay, now I hope they pressure. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Oh no, we do have this fucker who's gonna take my frickin' trader again. Boom. Boom. And boom. I love it. Okay. Ooh, those walls are a little stronger. Yikes. All right, we're going to use this. This guy's going to come out here. Going to go there. Ooh, it killed him. Wow. I got lucky in those fights there. This guy has too many cities. Like, what is going on here? Well, this guy bought himself a few turns. Well, we're officially at war with Portugal. I'm going to bring this galley. Yeah, let's go there. I want that trade route. These guys can buck off. That's mine. 585. Wow, I just got 585 gold for that ocean plunder. Whew. Okay. I'm going to cut off this trade line here. Awesome. Any other traders? All right, we have a swordsman. You know, I'm gonna send the swordsman down to the war here. I think I'm gonna save my money. Ooh, there's so much iron here. There's so many resources. I need to. What should I do? What should I do with my big city? Do I build another wonder, or do I? I think I need another settler. All right, I'm gonna put these back into position. Boom. Ooh. He's double shotting me now. Damn. No way. Lost an archer there. That sucks. Alright, I'll shoot him down. Good. That's what I wanted. Still working away at that wall. Oh my. Why are their walls so powerful? That sucks. I'm going to buy a battering ram because I'm about to pulverize that city with my swordsman when he gets there. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Who is this Heavenly Katrina Ver.life? What is this? Thanks for engaging in the chat, guys. Just seeing how these long form gaming streams do on the YouTube channel. You should not eat fetuses, says Traversable. Welcome. So I put a higher value on humanity. That's why it gets a superior moral consideration. I put a higher value on it simply for the same subjective reasons that drive my moral foundation in the first place. So, yeah, a lot of that has to do with like, it's going to be pleasure derived from my nature to be familial. So you'll find the answer for that in, why do, social apes, like to be around other social apes and to build families, right? That's where that comes from, how the moral consideration in our pleasure hierarchy is born out of that, and how preference is born. Just like, we have a higher moral, most people have they give more moral consideration to a dog than they do to an ant. More moral consideration to an ant than they do to a single bacteria. More moral consideration to a chimp than they do to a macaque monkey. More moral consideration to a chimp than they do to a frog or a cow. This is a pleasure calculus that is born out of some of these evolutionary propensities to want to do X, like be familial with your kind, right? And that's the answer for that's the answer for what is going on in reality. Now, if you want to make an ought argument as to why, we shouldn't give more moral consideration to human beings over an ant, I would be happy to hear it. Yeah, okay. If you wanna start talking about axioms or presuppositions, um, that inform my moral foundation, life is preferential to death. Health is preferential to sickness. Why both of them? Why those two and not just the life is preferential to death? Well, I think we can do better than simply life is preferential to death. I think we can get most human beings to agree to the second presupposition that health is preferential to sickness. So not just whether to live or die, but also the state of living and what would be considered a good state or a bad state. A good state of living to be in good health, a bad state of living to be in bad health. So I think most human beings who are of sound mind can agree to those fundamental axioms. And then out of that is born, then we argue, how do we best achieve those two fundamental axioms or presuppositions? How do we go about that? And my argument is that, in order to give ourselves our best shot in objective reality at being well and being alive, is to understand what is going on in objective reality. And science is the method we use to do that, to measure the land of objects. Not the things of a subject, like metaphysical things, concepts, but objects. Yeah. So my argument to this point is that we use like in medical science, we are using a standard of biological health. We have this idea of what it means to be well, and when people go to the hospital or they go to their doctor, they're typically trying to get more well than they currently are. So, in medicine, we are trying to maximize well-being for biological entities. So you can't be well if you're dead. So maximizing well-being for ourselves and those around us to satisfy those two fundamental axioms: life is preferential to death and health is preferential to sickness. Selman says, the only worry is we don't all share the same pleasure hierarchy. Yeah, of course. Psychopaths are offended by your claims. Yeah. So that is a problem, and that does beg the question of, well, how can we say anything is objectively morally bad? Well, we can't say that, but what we can say is that almost, and again, we can say that almost all of us want to achieve. We want to live instead of die, and we want to live well instead of unwell. So, and then when people, we can take that to mean that we all should have at least access to that. And then if you have another person or entity come along that seeks to want to kill others or make others unwell, we can then call that bad. And that's kind of what Western laws are based around. And I think it's correct. So as much as the psychopath might say, what I do is as natural as what you do, sure, they're right from a naturalistic perspective. From an objective perspective, they are right. But from a well-being perspective, if you adopt that as your moral metric, they are acting antithetically against that to others. It would be different if they could carry out this behavior while not harming others, right? And then we get into how does it affect us How do we feel morally when we allow people to do harm to themselves? We seem to be okay with it to a certain degree, like if they're trying to achieve incredible athletic feats, or if they're trying to achieve a greater level of sexual orgasm than they have ever achieved. And part of this might be by putting a noose around their neck and having like some kind of metal clamps on their nipples. And and we're going to be like, some people might say, I can't stand knowing that people are doing that to themselves. They shouldn't do that to themselves. They're usually saying they shouldn't do that to themselves. They're usually not saying, we shouldn't allow them to do that to themselves. But when we get to a certain point, when we can demonstrate that someone is not of sound mind, we then step in and usually throw people into a hospital, right, of some kind, or some kind of care facility. So this, trying to play the moral calculus game and mixing that with freedom and wanting to give people as much freedom as we can is a well, I mean, you get the diversity in laws that we see today. And if you look at different laws around the world, it just, you can see how like different moral ideas can lead to different laws and different human behaviors, and what's considered normal, you know? What up, Lady Dakini? Welcome, welcome. Yes, we are wrestling with, our moral disgust factor to the things that we see, others engaging in. I need to back my shit up here, or else I'm going to get crushed by this catapult. I'm also playing Civilization as I'm talking to you guys. These are great questions, you guys. This is good stuff. Thank you. This is truly wrestling with real moral dilemmas. It's not easy to do. Damn, I really want to kill that, but I'm going to be patient here. There's no way it's not going to retreat. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I want to... Okay, skip a turn. Oh, they did shoot. Okay, well, I'm going to kill that then. Okay, I'm going to step forward, kill that, step back there. My swordsman has almost arrived. And this comes down, here's an interesting thing. Should people be allowed to advertise this kind of sexual behavior? The kind where you would put yourself in a very potentially dangerous position, like putting a noose around your neck, right? Unfortunately, people die from engaging in this behavior. So should someone be allowed, should it be lawful to promote this kind of like, or kind of what they think are safe, are more safe ways to do this? Or do you think it should just be like out, people shouldn't be promoting this. It's like, hide it from children's eyes. I think it's good that we educate people in these things. And if they are going to do something, you always make sure that there is a, you're being safe, and that you're not doing something that could potentially, lead to death or serious injury. However, I will say that people find the risk worth the reward in a lot of these situations when it comes to taboo sex and more dangerous things, like doing things that are more risky. But try to err on the side of like, if this thing goes wrong, you're not going to die or cause serious injury to yourself. Putting a noose around your neck when you're by yourself, and and there's a way that you might pass out and choke yourself to death, like all I can say is I think this is a bad idea to do that. If you're going to do this, you should probably do it where you have a partner nearby, so that if something was to happen, you wouldn't die. Like, I don't want to see you die. I want you to be around. Do you guys agree with that, or? Andy, moral discuss interesting. It's like measuring contempt in relationships, like John Gottman. He shows the correlation of contempt to relationship failure. The Marquis de Sade is a interesting look at libertine moralism. Lady Dakini says he coined the four horsemen as criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. Salman says, because of the extreme subjectivity of well-being. That's a mistake. You say freedom should step in and tell us not to stop anyone from harming themselves. When you say extreme subjectivity of well-being, I think you're making a mistake there. The well-being that myself, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Matt Dillahunty are talking about is not this like wildly subjective version of well-being. We're talking about what we are measuring in medicine. So, like, as an example, by a well-being metric, if a person gets a brain tumor, there might be indication to operate on that brain tumor as the objectively best way, based on what we know, to approach that. The thing that our medical science is telling us. There's indication to operate, or chemotherapy, or steroids, or. What's not an answer to that is prayer, right? Prayer or sugar pills, or these things are objectively wrong. So that's what we are talking about when we're talking about well-being as a metric, as a standard. We're talking about that. Now, when you go to the realm of clinical psychology, of course you're going to have to deal with metaphysical things, concepts, because those are probably going to come into play when you're trying to attempt to understand a patient's phenomenology, their journey. You're probably going to have to dabble in metaphysical things when trying to sort out issues. But that doesn't mean that this stuff is like wildly subjective, right? That is a common straw man of the well-being, of the well-beingist, if you will. But that's not what well-beingists are referring to when they say when they reference well-being. Okay, I'm gonna snipe this guy. Sweet. Oh, and my swordsman has arrived. And this galley is keeping these three cities in check. We are at war with Portugal, by the way. And we are sending this advanced unit down to take Faro. Hopefully we can capture that city with not too much issue. Okay. All right, we got a sea battle happening here. Ooh. I'm going to retreat from that. Okay. Let's move in. We're going to be able to level this wall very quickly with this advanced unit. Haha, he said unit. All right. If anyone's playing on DEITY in this game, it's really good to get your walls up, pretty quickly. Damn, I'm gonna lose my ship if I don't get out of there. Damn. Oof. I don't want to lose that. Oh, man. Well, Shobo says, have you ever watched the new Disney film Encanto? No, I haven't. Salmon, but what if that person thinks their faster death from the tumor is more valuable than undergoing chemotherapy? Yeah. So in that situation, when I'm looking at that person, maximize well-being for myself and those around me, that person, let's say that person is included in those around me, and that person is saying, I don't want to go through all this stuff. I don't want to go through this. I have a very low chance of living. I want to plan my death, and I want it to be painless, and I want to die to my favorite song and with the people I love around me, and while I'm still of sound mind, and they say that to me, I include that. I include thinking about that person's experience and what well-being means to them as well, just like we would do in clinical psychology, right? So, and this is a situation where this person might be able to be saved by medical science, but their freedom to end their life in this situation is part of individual freedom that I think maximizes our well-being generally. It allows us to pursue, things that maximize our well-being, including thoughts and potential pursuits that would end our ability to ever experience well-being, which would mean, dying, committing suicide. So in this situation, if they decided that they wanted to die, I would say this is bad. It's bad that they are going to die. It's bad. But it doesn't mean that it's not necessary to the subject. And if the subject believes it to be necessary and they have made this decision of sound mind, that part I think is good. The fact that they with sound mind are able to make this decision, they have the freedom to make this decision. They have freely chose this. And I'm using freely within the realm of, we are essentially forced to engage in the cinema that we see before us, this illusion of free will. I think that is a good thing. But the fact that they have to die or that they are going to die, I still see that as bad. I don't see any good in death. But people choosing to die and choosing their death, them doing that is the good part. Now, do I crush this wall and potentially sacrificing? No, I shouldn't do that. I should back out, leave this there. Do I want to take that? Yes. I'm going to take that out. I got to get this thing to safety. I hope I'm not at war with Muscat, or else I just lost that ship. Oh, no. They want to make peace? Refuse deal. Wow. All right, the wall is it's coming down, and we saved our swordsman. Who got upgraded here? Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to do that now. Anyone who's just tuning in, we are at war with Portugal in Civ. Okay, I'm going to let the... Just going to heal one more turn. We're going to go there with him, then there, and this is going to shoot. That's going to go. We've almost taken the city, my dudes. And we saved our ship. This is going really well. Good game so far. You must hide. Oh, damn. Okay, what is the right thing to do here? I think the right thing is to retreat back to my zone while the wall's down. Lady Dakini says, what if one decides to lie to maintain their own well-being and decide that by doing so the lie harms the person lied to less than telling the truth would disrupt their own well-being? Let's try to figure that out. What if one decides to lie to maintain their own well-being? Maximize well-being for themselves and those around them, and decide that by doing so, the lie harms the person lied to less than telling the truth. Okay, I think you're, whether, I think telling the truth is, it's a really good way to maximize well-being. If you see what, the truth yields as we attempt to wrestle with what believing as many true things and as few false things as possible. The things that are yielded to us from a well-being perspective in like medicine and doctoral care, like medicine that is designed based on what we've determined is going on in reality through the scientific method. Like from that perspective, people ought to see the value of truth. Now we do come to the problem. Now we do come to the problem of, shadow banning has been happening to this channel for a long time. So at least it seems to be that way. Even people who attend all of our live streams and have the bell turned on, they just they don't get notified unless they come and click on the channel and they look and they'll see like, oh, they're live. Everyone, please do ring that bell. Make sure your notification bell is on for when we go live. It'll help make sure you guys don't miss a stream. There are instances, and this is where I disagree with Sam Harris, because he wrote the little kind of handbook lying. In a situation where, and here's the example I use. If I had a daughter and she was on her deathbed dying of leukemia, terrible cancerous death, and, she knows, or everyone knows that she's got only a few days to live, and she looks at me during one of those days and says, Daddy, am I going to see you up in heaven with all of the family, and we're all going to be together and everyone's going to be happy? Even though I don't believe in heaven, I'm fine engaging in that fantasy with her and saying yes. This is a lie I'm willing to tell. So there are certain circumstances where I think it is the morally good thing to do to lie. Of course, in a situation, if your child had a gun, in some of these situations, you don't necessarily know what the outcome is going to be, and that's fine. Like we talk about hostage situations a lot. Like, okay, if someone was holding up a gun to your child's head and said, now I'm going to ask you one question. Is your child Christian or not? Say my child actually was not Christian. If I tell the truth and say they're not, they might shoot them for not being Christian. If I say they are Christian because I think that's what they want to hear. So then we add some more information. What if they're wearing like this huge cross on their chest, the person holding the gun? And you think it might be helping if you lie and say, yeah, they are Christian. And maybe the question is just arbitrary. Maybe the question's meaningless. But I don't know. I'd like to hear from you guys. Do you think there are moral dilemmas that you can think of where lying would be your best route, right? What about if you're interrogating? Look, in interrogation, we lie all the time when interrogating criminals. We lie about the information we have. We lie about knowing things that we don't know yet. Do you think these things are morally wrong to do, to lie to people who might be potentially holding, a mother and her daughter captive somewhere in some dungeon, lying in order to get that information. Salman, you say this is interesting. You are being consistent, unlike Sam Harris. Yeah. So Sam Harris in his book Lying, he's got this phobia towards lying. Lying, we can approach lying too with the well-being metric, and these are good criticisms. When you're doing, and again, it's not to say that like we should always just lie to if we see a short-term well-being maximize a way to maximize well-being in the short term out of something, because like I said, we need to remember believing what we get from attempting to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. We get the beauty, all of this technology, all of these things born out of that principle. Because if we just went at science by lying, nothing would fucking work. You can't create a jet engine out of lying. You can't create vaccines out of lying. You can't. These things won't work. You need to deal with what is going on in reality. Lady Dakini says, I think if one observed the morally good lie outside of the moment, the damage done over time makes the momentary respite more cost-heavy than originally anticipated, and thus removes the moral good. All right, very interesting. I think if one observed the morally good lie outside of the moment, the damage done over time. Yeah, so the damage done over time is removed from this equation because my daughter in this hypothetical is going to die. We're almost certain of that. So the harm carried through. Now, if you add, maybe this makes the well, it does. It makes the moral consideration different. If perhaps you were in front of a much larger audience dealing with your daughter in this situation. But I think I would make the same argument. I would say, look, everyone, and after she had died, I would say, look, I made the decision to lie to her because I saw this. I detected through my sense-making apparatus, I detected, that my daughter wanted me to answer in a certain way so that she wouldn't feel alone in what must feel very lonely, dying. And I wanted her to feel some comfort in any way I could give it to her in those moments. And if that meant I had to lie, I think from my own perspective, it was the good thing to do. And, do I think it maximized the well-being of my child in that moment? I think so. Andy, I'm almost certain there is no heaven. My epistemological standard of truth is almost certain. So I know that there is no heaven as much as I know that there are no leprechauns. Do I know that there are no leprechauns with 100% certainty? No, I don't. Do I know that there's no heaven with 100% certainty? No, I don't. But we ought not create moral systems based on what's possible, because anything is possible. It's possible that logic is wrong. It's possible. And this idea that to imply that heaven is is impossible, is and the fact that the fact that you think it's to even mention the possibility that heaven exists. So what? You don't know that that heaven exists as much as you don't know that Santa Claus exists. So what? You know, it's like you don't have to make an assumption that heaven doesn't exist. You don't. And I didn't say it doesn't exist. I'm almost certain it doesn't. But it's possible that it does. But can these units fuck right off? I'm trying to take this city. Boom. And boom. And boom. I can actually stream some... I'll stream some Warzone for you guys next time I turn this on. Some first-person shooter. This guy better not repair his freaking wall. Finally, I got this thing set up. Ooh. Gonna put it right there. Where should I go? Where should I go, chat? I'm probably going to head this direction. Need my units to heal up here. Unit. What do I need here? Oh, I need a builder. This guy's fucked up everything. Shit. Let's see your guys' responses here. Salman says, one of the arguments for religion is this useful lie kind of thing, which we see in the main message of Jordan Peterson. He just doesn't put it in those words. Yes. So here's something interesting. A lot of people do not expect my answer to this, but they say like, oh, okay, well, would God belief or religion ever serve a purpose where I would say, oh no, I'm glad you have found something. Of course. I've spoken to drug addicts in the past who attribute or are attributing as they're getting over things the success because they finally feel connected with something. They feel connected with God, and it's allowed them to shake heroin, and it's and continuing to allow them to shake heroin. So to that person, I say the most important thing is to make sure that you have found your way out of heroin addiction. Now, if you want to talk about the, if someone like that wants to talk to me about the soundness of their belief and whether I think it's reasonable, if that's the situation, basically what I say is, don't ask me to make you unwell. I believe differently than you about this thing, but I want you to be well. I want to see you maximize your well-being. And if that means for you at this moment in your life, adopting, a Christian worldview and believing in God, then so be it. I want you to be well. That's more important than me, destroying their God myth, in my, because I happen to be an atheist and, and I see adopting, I see faith as this, excuse for believing something when you have no good reason. But in their situation, it's proven to be useful. Andy, keep your unit to yourself. I need some water. Very good comments, guys. These are great inquiries, great questions. All right, what do I want to build over here? Well, I better give them some walls. Okay. Well, the invasion of Portugal has been kind of slow. I expected to do better with my swordsman there, but oh, please kill that thing. Yes. What is the? I find this to be an interesting question. Where is your guys' line? Like, what line has to be crossed before you would declare war on a nation? We got a civic boost for that. I really want to put this city right there. This friggin' monk warrior is like invincible. That's what I'm fighting right now. I think the Spanish are going to be pissed when I settle here. I'm going to have to buy up as much of this real estate around here when I take this over. Okay, we have a new... Auckland is our new Caesarean state. Woohoo. Oh, yeah. So when the lives of my country's citizens are threatened, either through combat or attrition, Fair enough. And Andy says, I doubt I'd instigate war, but war might be a response to existing conflict within a nation or imposed onto my own. The lines Hitler and friends crossed. May says, I would never declare an offensive war. What if your population was growing so quickly, Mace, that there was no longer places for people to live, and there was mass, just all kinds of chaos and horrible conditions for people. Like, what would be your? Because eventually that you have to wrestle with that, right? Do you just put a ban on having children, or what do you do? I don't think it's... I think there's some issues that must be wrestled with there. Wait, did I just... Oh, okay, there. I love this Archer. This Archer's done very well for me. Oh, they do have... All right. Can I buy that? Oh, I need 255. Ancient walls. Yeah, I can say that. Ooh. Is there any way for me to kill this? Oh, no, there isn't. Do I want to try killing that, or should I just attack that? I'm going to try killing it. Ah. Now he's offering me horses. This guy hates me. Ooh. Shit. Is that guy going to be able to snipe me? That's the question. I think I better take out this and then go here. This can go here. No, I lost my Archer. That was terrible. Man, I had a terrible outcome there. That was terrible. Andy says, how do I get better at box munching? I think I'm already pretty good, but I probably have room to improve. Ask your doctor. No. How to get better at box munching? You can watch many YouTube female YouTubers that'll give you some tips and tricks and how to get better at that. Find yourself a partner and start exploring. Every woman and every individual is different for what they desire sexually. So, yeah, you can learn some general techniques, but you're gonna find that the when you get to the things that really matter during sex, like those things that you'll only be able to nail until once you get to know somebody. But yeah, you can learn some general knowledge about that. Lots of resources out there. Down, 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 down. I need more military. I feel like Russia with the Ukraine right now, going in with like nothing. Too soon? Whoa. Yeah, I'm going to go with a heavy chariot. This guy keeps offering me so many different deals to make peace, but I really want this city. Ugh. I hate it when my stuff gets pillaged. Damn. He's going to pillage that. Oh, no. Andy. Box munching. What a guy. All right, our golden age has ended. I have to wait 16 turns for that? Man. At least I have a wall there. Now they're in trouble. Wow, there's this horrible barbarian outpost here that's just pumping out units. I have to destroy it. Why can't someone else destroy it? If I'm gonna invade, I might as well do this right. Let's get catapults cooking. Andy, you're the worst. You are the worst. Yeah, Lady Dakini says, yes, Andy, have a partner who communicates. There you go. fucking barbarians all over the place. A nearby foreign city? Which one? Oh. Whoa, Muscat. Grenada. I gotta send a unit over there. Like, lickety split here. I wasn't paying attention. Grenada had invaded. Oh, they killed it. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, you're fucked now, buddy. This has to be pretty powerful. Yeah. I think I'm going to take this city. Sweet. Looking good. Damn. I think it'll be next turn. I'll take this city. Oh, yeah. Friendship expired. Let's become friends. Damn, son. Huge. Okay, I took this city. What can I do to help support it? I don't want to lose it. All right, success. Machu Picchu. Okay, I'll build Machu Picchu. Gonna build it on that mountain. I think I'm going to bring in this guy. There we go. This guy's getting super scared. Bra says, have you read Industrial Society and its Future? Nope, I have not. Send envoy. Actually, I'm going to send another one to Granada. Nice. Nice. Oh man, should I do that? Okay, fine. No, I think it's a bad idea. Ooh. Okay, guys, I think I might end the stream there. Thank you so much for those of you who stopped by. I appreciate it. It's the first gaming stream on the channel. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you stumble onto this after, thanks for stopping by. Make sure you drop a like, subscribe, and we'll see you in the next stream. We will be live tomorrow with Convince Me Otherwise with Mace Starwalk. Those are always fun. Anyways, everyone be safe out there, and as always, let art and science inspire.